What we now do is more what I would call holistic projects. If we do an HVAC system, we swing the school, we do the windows, we do the roof, we do the piping, we do the HVAC system, put new boiler in, with new flooring, new lighting, and whatever else we need to do that's needed to do while the walls are open. Plus, we do ADA upgrades, and we do a fire alarm. You can imagine that's not an inexpensive process, but it's the only way to really address a building when you have those kind of problems. So between doing small projects, which Sam's team handles and some of my people handle, to keep the buildings going, that is replacing systems in kind where it's possible, and doing those sorts of things, we're also trying to either renovate or replace. And when we do renovate or replace, it requires a swing, moving the students around. And we only have about 4 or 5 buildings that we can do that with. And that's throughout the entire county. And so that's not easy to do. And so we're constantly trying to make moves to make that possible. In cases like Dora Kennedy, which was in the question, that's not going to be a temporary move. When we move them, that will be a permanent move. We'll then use their space as a swing space temporarily, and then we will do something else with the building. But it's too expensive to maintain that building in its current condition. There's just some of the equipment is so old in there that you actually have to send out and have it machined, parts machined, in order to keep in order to replace parts. You can't buy them. So those are the types of things. We're trying to make sure that we're focusing our money on things that can be fixed, and when they can't, then we're shifting away from them and trying to consolidate in other locations.
Thank you. Can I take a follow-up question from Mayor Protem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is not a statement to put you under the bus or I got you, whatever.
You mean school bus?
Not the school bus. No, I'm not trying to. But I hear that 82% of the county's budget, I could be wrong, is dedicated to the schools, Board of Education funding. So going to my colleague's question, Councilman Hernandez, it's frustrating as we sit here on the dais and we hear our parents with their children in their schools that are old schools with old pipes and 82% of the budget, and yet we're still at the same junction where we are right now. So I'm saying this in a way that, again, talk about collaboration. People forget about the local elected officials, that we can help support the voice and messaging. So how do we support you to articulate the messaging? Because it's important.
It's important to understand that all the budgets are different. So capital budget is a slice of the overall budget, right? And so as I said before, our budget is roughly of that, maybe we're like 1% or something like that of the total budget, and we're funded differently. We don't come out of the operating budget at all. So the money, the vast majority of the money you're talking about is actually in the classrooms. We're talking teachers, materials, equipment, Chromebooks for one-to-one, tutoring, the international office, all the other surrounding services, mental health services, all those things. That's what that funds. When they go out and sell bonds for capital programs for the county, that's where we are. And that requires them to actually go into debt with a bond sale that then has to be used over time. That's a different bucket of money that comes out, and they handle that differently. And so they can only give us so much out of that bucket for capital expenditures. And it's, there's how it's used. And so the county itself has done some things. So one of the things they did was, the program I run is the public-private partnership programs, right? And that's helped us accelerate some construction by using a little bit of money from the operating, a little bit of here to pay an availability payment for construction of schools. And that's been very helpful. That allowed us to build 6 new schools very quickly. We're working on 8 more, which will be done very quickly. And then the other thing behind that is they've been able to leverage some money from the state that we would not otherwise have gotten because of it. So there are a lot of things that they're trying to do. We're working with the county government to try and figure out more creative ways in order to use the money and to get the money. But the reality is that there's only so much water in the bucket, and I can tell you that since I've taken over the job, when I was capital director, we doubled our expenditures, our annual expenditures, from like roughly $85 million a year to $155 million a year. So we're spending it as fast as we can get it. But the problem is there's only so much that the county can bond, and unless there's an opportunity for them to do more, and I'm sorry, that's an opaque process. I'm not really part of that part of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's continue.
All right. Just quick question on the bus routes. I have a resident who is of special needs. They have a bus stop in the middle of the street. That obviously produces challenges, and I just want to make sure that there is a way for them to, maybe through the TRS ticketing program, and if that's the answer, then I've learned something today. So.
That is a quick way. Another way, if you wouldn't mind sharing the school and the bus stop location after this meeting, that's something that we can address immediately.
Will do. Thank you.
There is a question to the, I think that falls in the previous category, Ms. Mackey. Please go ahead.
So this was one of my questions, but it got put into with my colleague. But I was wondering if you could share with us the plans for the Dora Kennedy School, just like what's going on. We have we sent a letter to you a while back, and we just would like to know what the status is today.
Sure. Thank you so much for that question. So as you know, we've had I want to say 4 engagements with the Dora Kennedy community within the last month. Where I had an opportunity to meet with not only the principals, the PTAs, the PTA, executive board, and then the full, in a full town hall format, the community. The initial plan that was introduced to Dora Kennedy was to move as a permanent swing or a permanent placement to Kenmore Middle School in the Landover area. That was met with real resistance to a degree that it encouraged us to revisit that plan and to take into account the feedback that we'd received from the community. So we did just that. At the last town hall meeting that was, I want to say, a week ago or a week and a half, we shared an alternative option that is being vetted now. For instead of moving to Kenmore Middle School, that the permanent placement for the Dora Kennedy French Immersion Program would be co-location at Robert Goddard Montessori School, which is where the school was located about 14, 15 years ago. And so we did share the specifics around that possibility at that town hall meeting about a week and a half ago. We took feedback from the community in that session. We actually shifted from presenting to just kind of listening. We wanted to hear their feedback with respect to what their reactions were to that as a possibility. We also pointed out the major renovations that were recently completed at the Robert Goddard facility. We talked about plans that we were moving forward with expanding the capacity of that facility to house students. And so that's where it sits. We are still looking at that as a draft possibility. We are working through the many different specifics related to that because it would require us to swing the Hyattsville Elementary School community to another location, St. Mark's Church, which is close to Northwestern High School and in the shadow of University of Maryland. We've used that site. I think you all are familiar with it. That's where Cherokee Lane was located for a year. So we know it is a viable location for one of our school communities. So we're working through the process with the Archdiocese to determine if that is something that we can solidify. Once that is taken care of, then we'll feel more confident that we can take this from a draft plan to an actual plan. And so that's pretty much where we are. We shared this updated swing plan with the Door Kennedy community, and we actually shared it with the Hyattsville Elementary School community as well, because we want everyone to be aware of the pivot that we're looking to make. But we will certainly inform the community once we feel confident that all those steps, the variables that are needed before we can solidify it, we will notify the community once that's done.
Thank you for listening to the community. Thank you. Appreciated that. Any follow-up questions? Go ahead. Turn on this.
I just want to shift over to safety one more time. And so some parents have shared with me that there are some pretty grotesque incidents that they've been made aware of, and this could be through rumors or obviously through factualities. But if there is any potential incident that occurs where the schools are impacted, what is the notification process to the students? Or excuse me, to the parents?
So depending upon what the situation is, we have a robust notification process to families where we send written notification home regarding if it's an egregious incident, it would be sent home in a letter and maybe even a robocall. We work with our communications department to ensure that communication is streamlined and clear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who is going to take number 10? Financial. A follow-up question, Mr. Marani, please go ahead.
Thank you. Back in October, the Diamondback, our student newspaper, ran a piece on bus driver safety in the school system. And in the piece, they quoted a bus driver who was talking about how when a school goes on lockdown, the buses are sitting outside, and the school doesn't take the drivers off the buses, and they advocated for an emergency plan for bus drivers. I was wondering if you could speak on that at all.
Thank you for that. In situations where there are lockdowns, notifications are sent basically from our security and safety division and then shared with our transportation department and drivers. It is kind of on an individual basis and care the situation on how our drivers are dealt with for any lockdown situation. And so we have to be cognizant of location and the severity of what the lockdown may entail and make a best decision from there. So even though there may be a lockdown for a situation and a bus is at the school, then security takes the necessary approaches to validate the situation and make a decision from there. So there is an emergency plan for our drivers and our staff for any emergency, but like anything that happens, there's always something that may go astray, and then we have to make a best judgment from that standpoint.
Thanks. And one more question, if I can. The same article said that as of October, the school system was working on phasing in security screening devices at high schools and some middle schools. Could you tell us about that?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for that question. We did actually move forward with the security enhancement devices being installed in all of our high schools and 9 of our middle schools and 1 of our pre-K-8 academies. So we're at the point now where we are assessing the implementation. We're looking at data around impact of the devices being in place, but they're all in. Staffs have been trained, students have been oriented to how the devices work, and we're excited about them making our buildings and our communities safer.
Sorry, what do the devices consist of?
It's a metal detection device. So similar to if you were to go through, if you've been to a sports game and you walk through the device to get into the stadium, it's very similar to that. I went to the Washington Nationals game, and I was tickled that the very same device that we installed in our schools is what I walked through to get into to the stadium.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing more about how that results play out.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Hale?
Yeah, just, sorry, excuse me. I just think one more question is along the lines of safety in school buses. We've received a number of complaints from the residents, at least in our district, that they've witnessed school buses running stop signs on quite a regular basis. I don't know about the other communities if you're
Yeah.
having that issue.
2 days ago, someone texted me.
Yeah.
He was yelling at the
Yeah, do you
bus
have
driver.
any cameras on the buses that you can audit drivers and for this kind of behavior?
Thank you for sharing that. Our buses do have cameras. All we would need to know is a time and location, and we can do a check to ensure that our buses are actually following the road safety.
Good to know. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hernandez, continue.
Yep. Buses are late. Buses are on time because everybody's going fast. I think that, no one wins. But understanding that there's, so I'm shifting a little bit to financial and academic transparency. I understand that the Hollywood Elementary experienced a failed audit at some point, maybe about in 2018. And not to put anybody on the spot here, but I'm just trying to, I guess, improve an element of trust citizens have with PGCPS. And now I understand how budgets work and that all those funds don't necessarily trickle down to the schools. We're a municipality. We don't get funds directly from the federal government unless you're thinking ARPA. So I fully understand that. But I've experienced hearing some of the residents tell me, I can't spend $40. I can't give my child $40 so that they can go to the Baltimore Aquarium. I can't help. I can't. There's just always more out of pocket. Now I understand this happens for larger programs, but can you help me better understand who's in charge of the overall budget at a particular school, and why those expenses are being rolled over to the families?
So I don't want to sound like a broken record, but this is the operations team. So this is not an area that's under our purview, but certainly we can take that question back to our Office of School Leadership to provide a response regarding how the expenses of expanding the educational program are sometimes passed along to families or not. And then they can provide that response to you.
Good.
Thank you. I'm asking the next question with
We have got two more, right? Modernization. Is that you are going to, sir? Are you going to ask? or is
Yeah.
it-
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. So just want to touch on, and I'm sure this is going to be towards, not towards you all, but much like the residents who spoke today, I think there is a difficulty understanding how schools students can get accepted into some of the charter schools or some of the magnet programs that are out there. This is particularly obviously challenging for those who do not have parents who can actively advocate for their particular students. I'm wondering, is there a system, a process in place that parents can go to that would help them navigate and follow up on those particular applications, and how to make their applications more competitive?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a specialty programs office that is underneath the Division of Academics, so they can provide additional information regarding specialty program offerings at our different school locations. That is separate from our charter schools office. So charter schools I would put in a separate bucket, and we have a separate office that supports charter schools that would be able to respond to questions around charters.
And what are the offices' names? I'm sorry, one more time, just as I'm typing out.
Sure. Under the Division of Academics, there's a specialty program office. The director is Desann Manzano Lee. Desann Manzano, Manzano, hyphen Lee, Lee.
And then the charter is what office?
There's a charter school office.
Charter school office.
Yes. And Dr. Elizabeth Saunders.
Saunders. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is that who is
Yep.
going to take the
I
next?
mean,
You're done. Please go ahead.
We're pushing through modernization. I have a lot of questions. Obviously, I'm getting up to speed. So, what efforts are being taken to introduce internet learning advocacy for parents? So, I recently heard of SchoolMax, and I know that that program probably has existed since I've gotten here. But I also know that I'm struggling to get people to just get familiar with our city app. Without like effective training or one-on-one training. Is there training available for parents to register for a SchoolMax account and get more familiar with a program like this? Because I understand it's a great resource once you're up to speed.
The answer is yes. We'll have the Office of Information Technology as well as the Community Engagement Office collaborate to provide you with a robust answer around that. One thing that I will add is that you're right, SchoolMax has been around a very long time, and we're actually going to be transitioning this summer into a new student information system called Synergy. I know that can create some hand-wringing, but it is a very robust system that, from what I'm understanding, is going to be very user-friendly and almost like a one-stop shop. So we're really excited about shifting to Synergy to support our families, our teachers, as far as their grade books, interfacing with respect to the family portal and for even transportation interface. So it's going to be very helpful.
Thank you.
And there will be training provided for families around that transition into that system.
I'd greatly. That's amazing, and I hope to look forward to connecting with the IT and Community Engagement Office. It's always super challenging, and these are contracts, right? So they're not built in-house. These systems. These are.
No, that's a third-party vendor.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on to the next question. How are we working with families with limited resources, time, money, access to laptops, to ensure that they are active in the education of their students, ensuring no one falls through the crack? The anecdote that comes to mind is when I first got here and I was helping a sibling out, someone was very blunt with me and said, if the parents don't advocate, it's on them. And obviously, she was just trying to be real with me. But it's really challenging because I know a lot of people don't know or are even willing to go against some of these systems. Any advice we could share with some of those residents?
I would defer that to Dr. Sheila Jackson, our Director of Community Engagement. She will certainly be able to provide a wealth of advice, guidance, information to support families in navigating the school district.
Thank you. So, follow-up questions. Do you want to go to the very last one, the community trust brand management? It's brand management.
Yeah, brand management. Folks, I don't think, like I said from the very beginning, that we're going to be able to fix many of the issues that exist. A lot of my residents will actively tell me, and it always breaks my heart, that they're going to send their students. They prefer to send their students to Montgomery or Montgomery County, or one of the parents needs to stay home so that they do homeschooling, or they're looking for some sort of private option. I'm trying to help you all, and as a child of public school education, build trust with the community. So what are some trust building measures that are currently in place, be it events, meet and greets, or organizing or collaborating with the PTOs to build that sort of trust?
I think every office could respond to this question, but I'll respond from the operations perspective, in that transparency is important, and really communicating clearly and consistently our challenges, communicating very clearly the successes that we are achieving, and really extending a hand to partner together to meet the challenges that are before us. It's a challenging time in education, around staffing, around, you talked about security incidents that occur, Now we have security enhancement devices in our schools. Like, these are things that we wouldn't have thought of 20, 30 years ago, but now it's a reality for us, right? And so it's putting a strain on everyone to work together to provide the type of education for children that we can be proud of. I know personally, I live in this county. I decided to move here from Montgomery County. I've decided to raise my family here in this county. I put my children in our schools purposefully, and I've worked in this district for almost 30 years, all on purpose, because it's a beautiful place to be and to raise a family. And so I just think extending a hand, continuing to be transparent, continuing to be earnest in our work, continuing to look for opportunities to collaborate, all of that matters. And just communicating over and over and over again, opportunities for people to get engaged, opportunities to really be a part. I really appreciated the comment that I heard from our councilwoman around, you know, how do we make people feel, right? Like, if a principal or a chief operating officer makes you feel like you can be a part, then maybe I'll be a part. But if it feels like there's this wall that's up, well, then that makes it difficult for people to engage. And so I just think extending a hand and really working, really earnestly trying to work together is how we try to start rebuilding trust. It happens one relationship at a time.
Thank you. So, can I?
Just to respond really quickly, sir, thank you. And consider this and extremely extended. I'm sure many of my colleagues would do the same to try to partner to build that trust. Really appreciate your passion and everyone's answers today. Mayor Pro Tem, you're next.
My question is a question that you can send me to answer another day or next week. I appreciate it. You know, we talked about before we started P3. So I would just like to get an update in regards to the P3 construction. Where are we currently? How many schools have been built? How many schools are tending to be built? And you talked about the swing space schools. If you could send us information, that would be greatly appreciated.
So, yeah, we have 6 schools have been constructed. They're all been delivered. They're now all in operation. We've now moved from the construction phase into the operation phase. There's still a few things going on at some of the sites, but that's by design, but they're substantially complete. The next 8 are going to be 6 elementary schools and 2 K through 8s. We've already started the permitting process on 3 of the schools. We actually had a meeting with DPI today going over all the permitting things right now. And so we're moving forward. The developer's been selected. We're in the E&A period, which is we did a modified progressive the second time around. So we're working with them to develop their GMP, which is a guaranteed maximum price that they will then go out and price for financing. So we're in that process now. The expectation is that we'll close at the end of, by statute, that we'll close at the end of June on the whole deal. And then once we do that, construction is expected to start early fall on 3 of our sites.
I appreciate that, but if you can send it to me in writing,
Sure.
because I have many residents who are interested about the P3 process. So that's all I'm saying.
Thank you all. I know we have spent more than an hour. Thank you so much for coming. One final, maybe the final one.
I'm just going to close out. I was the council member that asked for you all to come tonight, and I just want to say thank you. I know everyone up here wants to say thank you. And I hope that you didn't think that we grilled you too hard, but your answers and your engagement was really helpful tonight, and we really appreciate the work that you're doing. And we want you to know that the city wants to work with you.
Absolutely.
And you know that just let us know, you know, how we can work with you, and please stay engaged with us. We have a website. You can find our contact information and stay engaged with us. But thank you so much for coming tonight.
Appreciate the partnership. Thank you so much. Any final words?
Yes, we appreciate the opportunity to come before you. And again, we'll provide those follow-up responses as we receive those questions.
I'm sure there are many. Thank you. We had a very good discussion. Thank you so much. All right. Can I give a round of applause? So thank you. I see that 2 group of our residents waiting for the next 2 work sessions. The first one would be a conversation with our members of the Advisory Planning Commission, APC. Please go ahead.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to introduce and discuss the Advisory Planning Commission's year-end recommendations that were submitted to you in December at the end of 2023.
Can you please come to the mic a little bit?
Is this better?
Yeah.
I have a problem with that, don't I? Yeah. Every time. So with me here tonight, I have the chair of the APC, Ms. Stephanie Stolick, the co-chair, Mark Meadow, and Malika and G. Kerber is with us too. Great. They already made their way to the podium. So I'm just going to briefly sort of go over the points that were in the handout in your packet, and afterwards I will open it up for members of the APC to add on to what I've talked about and for any questions as well. So in the APC's year-end report, the Commission identified 4 main areas of concern that they would like to bring to the attention of the Council. So they are the city's fence ordinance, the prohibited vehicles parking ordinance, communicating the requirement for a city permit after a county permit has been obtained, and informational presentations on proposed development projects. So first is the fence ordinance. One topic that the APC would like to raise to the Council is that you all consider clarifying ambiguities in the variance criteria for approving chain link fences, particularly the language concerning whether the fence would be consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. To clarify, the city's fence ordinance prohibits new chain link fence, but certain variance criteria allow an applicant to request an exception to this. The content of this is the main concern surrounding point number 1. The second point regarding the fence ordinance is to consider whether current requirements regarding corner lots are overly restrictive. And I'm just going to pause here and say that on this point, there is some difference of opinion between the APC and the Council, and they probably go beyond the scope. Staff, my bad. The APC and staff. They probably go beyond the scope of this discussion and what was presented in the handout. And I've spoken with Mr. Young about this. I'm prepared to discuss it tonight, but at your discretion, it's been a long meeting. I'm also more than willing to come back at a future date and go into staff's recommendation on this. So up to you. Moving forward, we also have the prohibited vehicles parking ordinance, or section 184.8. The APC recommends that the Council considers revising the ordinance to clarify that cases may be referred to the APC for section 184-8A, as well as 184-8B. Also consider amending the good clause criteria to indicate that criterion B applies to vehicles and trailers, and to add criterion for trailers that do not exceed the size restrictions under vehicles or for vehicles under 184-8B1. A document with track changes to the Curtin ordinance was supplied in your red folder recently, and this certainly goes beyond my scope of understanding, so I would welcome Ms. Stolick to come up after this and add on to that if you have any questions. Third, the APC would like to raise concerns regarding the communication that a city permit is also required after an applicant receives a county permit. Sometimes the county will approve a permit and fail to notify the applicant that the city also requires a permit, which can lead to stop work orders and frustrated residents. So a suggestion for this would be to consider developing a brief one-page handout to give to people who come to the city asking questions about permits. That would include a brief description of the permit requirements and process. So also we could consider formally elevating this issue with DPI so that they can better train their staff to alert applicants that a city permit may be required in some projects. And then finally, the city has sometimes asked the APC to host informational meetings to provide an opportunity for community members to learn the details of a proposed development project, giving them a forum to voice their suggestions and concerns. For example, this happened recently with the Terrapin House in December 2020, Children's Guild Preschool in February 2021, the vacant city-owned land on Rhode Island Avenue between Calvert and Knox Roads in March 2021, and for the Icarus property at 7131 Baltimore Avenue in June 2022. So the recommendation here is to consider adding this new role to the APC's official charge, incorporating it further in the future. So that's my brief introduction to this. And at this point, I'd like to invite Ms. Stolik up and add anything else or questions and answers.
Stolik, welcome. Thanks for your patience. Yes, absolutely. Turn your mic on, please. The right one.
Is this working now? Oh, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, I believe that most of the suggestions that we had were, particularly items 2, 3, and 4, are relatively straightforward and probably don't need a lot of discussion. Actually, I would like to say a little bit about item 3, the requirement for a city permit. Whether you want to change the APC's charge, I think, is up to your judgment, just a suggestion on our part. And the prohibited vehicles parking ordinance, we tried to track changes, some potential revisions to the ordinance that we think might handle it, although of course we would defer to your council on, if they agree or would do it in a different way. So I don't think we really need to discuss items 2 and 4. On the fence ordinance, that has been an area where I think the APC has found it somewhat challenging at times. I looked over the cases that we had during 2023. We had 5 cases for variances from the fence ordinance. All 5 of those cases involved variances for height. One case was for chain link as well as height. And the chain link case, you probably recall, it was not that long ago. That was the only one of the 5 cases where we did not approve, and it was appealed to you, and you all approved it during that appeal hearing. So Mr. Valentine referred to where staff and I think the APC members have some disagreement. One is with the suggestion to do away with the city's fence ordinance. The county ordinance has come closer to the city ordinance in some ways, particularly with the ban on chain link fences, although somebody still could appeal that. And with front yard fences, it's a fairly small difference. Our fence ordinance says 3 feet, the county says 4 feet. In 2 of the 5 cases that we had last year, we reached a compromise with the applicant to go to, instead of the 6 feet they were requesting, to go to 4 feet, or in another case it was to go to 4.5 to 5 feet, but to set back that front yard fence at some distance from the property line. So I wouldn't necessarily, speaking for myself, have a problem with the 4-foot versus 3-foot issue. I feel like that's a relatively small issue. I think the biggest difference between the county ordinance and the city ordinance has to do with the definition of front yard for fences. And this particularly is an issue for corner lots. I believe all of the 5 cases that we heard on fences in 2023 were corner lots. And the problem is that for a corner lot, the property owner may feel like the street that is not the street of their address, that is not the street of the front door, but what is to them a side yard, that can feel like a front, that is considered a front yard under the city fence ordinance, and also it can feel like a front yard to the neighbors who are across the street. And I guess I'm particularly sensitive to that because before the city created its fence ordinance, our neighbor across the street put up a 6-foot stockade fence, and right up to the property line, and we thought that was not a good look for the neighborhood. It reduces the degree of openness that I think the city fence ordinance is trying to encourage. So to me, the question is, I guess I would encourage you to think about not doing away with the city fence ordinance, possibly considering whether you want to change from 3 feet to 4 feet, or, allow the APC to, make that compromise when applicants ask for it. But also, the corner lot issue is a challenging one, and are there additional criteria that could be added to the fence ordinance that would allow for better decisions or allow for more compromise, such as if the property is very close to an industrial area? That was an issue for 2 of the 5 cases where the property owner felt that, that there was a safety issue because of a lot of people who were not neighborhood people were, walking around and potentially into their property. Another issue may be whether the street is a real street or a paper street, or whether it's an alley that, may not deserve the same protection as an actual, main street, main neighborhood street. Whether there is anybody that is any other neighbors who have homes across the street from where the fence would be. Again, I think if it's a 4-foot fence we're talking about, that's maybe not as big a deal. But if it's a 6-foot stockade fence, having that across the street from your property, what somebody else considers their backyard or their side yard, but to you it's the street that your house is on. So those are just some ideas for you all to consider. But it seems like if you do decide to keep the city fence ordinance, then it feels like it would be helpful to consider some additional criteria that we could apply as the APC, and 2, some communication with DPI to try to get them to. And it's not just an issue for fence ordinances, the DPI problem of granting permits without notifying applicants that there is a city permit requirement or that there may be one. So I've talked for a long time. I'd like to talk a little bit more about item 3, about the DPI issue, but maybe I should stop and
Yeah,
ask.
it might be, good idea to go one item at a time. Any comment on the fence ordinance amendment or changes? I see Mr. Reg. Why don't I go this way? I start with Mr. Reg and then.
Thanks. And I served a number of years on the Advisory Planning Commission, so I remember the long conversations about fences in front yards on corner lots and so forth. I would generally lean in favor of retaining the city's fence ordinance. However, I also lean in favor, and I believe I'm in a minority on this council, perhaps, against chain link fences. I'm pleased that the county has, struck out relatively stridently in that direction. I just think that chain link fences, don't present the best image of our community. And many years ago, long before I was on council, this city started moving down the road of generally prohibiting them. So the biggest argument for striking the city's fence ordinance and moving to the counties is that the county seems to be a little bit more rigid against chain link fences, although the city also generally prohibits them, but apparently we permit them when it's appealed. So would going to the county's ordinance allow us to more consistently sort of prohibit building new chain link fences or replacing segments of chain link fences that are appended to existing segments of chain link fences, which is what I think the appeal was most recently? Is that the advantage, or are there any, or would there be any other advantages of going to the counties?
I would defer to your council. If we didn't have a city ordinance, then if a property owner wanted to appeal the prohibition against a chain link, would that then go to some county body, or would it come to the APC, or would it not be a possibility to appeal?
Without, I'm going to make a guess in terms of, but it's going to be a reasonable guess, is that if the city did not have an ordinance, then the county ordinance would be the applicable, the county code. And then whatever the requirements regarding appeal under county law would be what I think would apply.
So it is.
Right, but I guess I'm wondering because we also hear cases for variances of, for example, setback requirements. And I think that's county code, not city, but it still comes to us, the APC.
But is that requirement listed in the county law itself?
Setbacks, yes,
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
yes.
Mr. Valentine?
So I think I know a little bit into this. It is the county ordinance for things like setback and lot coverage and all that, but through some code, when I think the APC was formed, the county gave us the power of review and variance. I'm not sure exactly how that worked, but even though like the setbacks like are a county code and not a city code, through some charter legislation that was given to us. So when a variance is required, the county lets Miriam and I know that this application needs a variance, and that goes to us at our discretion.
So potentially, a similar arrangement could be made if the city wanted to and wanted to request that.
Well, and so.
But you'd have to explore that, outside of this meeting.
I guess I would see benefits to aligning the fence height of the county versus the city. I'm not sure, that I see much benefit for city residents to have to go before the APC for a 4 versus a 3 foot high fence. I think probably aligning those would make sense, but that's agnostic about whether, we could simply just amend the city's code section relative to fence heights and then have that area of alignment. We wouldn't necessarily have to do away with it entirely. So I guess, based on this discussion, I guess I'm sort of agnostic about whether to retain the city's fence ordinance. I would generally lean in favor of it because that permits this body to be able to make sort of other modifications as we see fit in the future much more easily, rather than sort of establishing an old then new again body of the city code. With regards to front yard fences on corner lots, this is a really tricky one. I think, Ms. Stellick, you pointed out one particular instance in which the APC heard evidence recently about a front yard fence that was related to, it sounds like, pedestrian traffic from an adjoining business or from an adjoining industrial area. I guess, it would be difficult for me, even as a former council member who is a former APC official, to really sort of blue sky circumstances in which I would find it acceptable and not acceptable for a front yard fence on at a house which has 2 front yards, which is how the code sees corner lots. I could imagine situations in which we would want to be permissive of them, but I guess I would appreciate a little bit more staff work about instances, in which we might consider modifications there rather than just sort of guessing at them.
So if I
Please
may, I think you're kind of touching on the main issue that staff wants to raise with this, is the definition of considering any yard that abuts a street as a front yard. If I'm being perfectly honest, I kind of view that as a little bit problematic. I think we can sort of walk in our neighborhoods and kind of see that not every yard that abuts a street is a front yard. There are backyards and side yards, and so that's where staff is kind of being thrown by this, and what we kind of want to talk about, like we are now.
To me, it seems like the easiest modification to make would be to simply change the city code to, as Ms. Stellick suggests, sort of make those corner lots where one of the 2 streets is a paper street or a public right-of-way that is not generally regarded as a street, such as an alley, not subject to the 2 front yard perception, which is, again, how the city kind of sees corner lots. But I guess, I'm also sensitive to, Ms. Stellick's suggestion that the idea of having, prohibitions for fences in front yards, even on corner lots, is to keep kind of an open feel to the neighborhood. And that is something that is a a feature that sort of dominates in our neighborhoods. And I would be reluctant to make. There's a lot of corner lots, and I would be reluctant to make a large policy change that would kind of open the door for shutting that down without really having a better public process for doing that. Because I would imagine that if a lot of people were asked, hey, on your block, would you be okay with a lot more fences sort of being in sight lines as you go around corners? People would say, no, generally I would not be in favor of that. There's a strong status quo bias.
Right. I have a couple points along that line. I think openness is great. Certainly for those who do not want 6-foot-tall fences on their own property, they wouldn't have to do that. They could keep it to 3 or to 4. I think the core question here is the property owner's right to have privacy in their backyard. I think, as written right now, the ordinance kind of puts that in jeopardy. The neighborhood, yeah, maybe we can do it by different neighborhoods. There's criteria that could be had rather than just getting away from the entire ordinance in general. But I spoke to some of our code officers today, and certainly if we continue this conversation, we would do a more formalized process. But I have spoken with them, some of our code officers that have been here for many years. They're hearing on the ground every day that a lot of residents are not satisfied with the current fence ordinance, feeling it's restrictive and gets in the way of some of the things they want to do on their yard. The other thing I was going to say to that, I have an example. I kind of made this up today, It's a generic example. This is Avenue A, Avenue B. Here's the front of the house. The purple represents what the city would allow at 6 feet. So in the back, not along the street, and then this is not to scale, but pretend this is a 25-foot setback. The green is what the county allows at 6 feet, and the yellow is what the city would have at 3 feet. Did you have a question?
No, please go ahead.
Under the current definition of the city's ordinance of having a front yard being any yard that abuts a street, and the house being, so maybe this goes along to the question of we can put in more provisions about the orientation of the house and the placement on the lot. But I just struggle to define outside of our ordinance, whoops, my screen went away, defining this area as a front yard. Yeah. But because it's along Avenue B, it's classified as a front yard.
Not the pink area, just the green, yellow area.
Correct, but if we are restricting residents to only putting a fence right here, that's taking away this portion of what they could use as their front. And I believe this clearly gives a sight line for cars turning corners. That's plenty of space. So the county definition allows you to put up to a 6-foot fence behind the front plane of the principal building. That's what they've been doing now. I think that that's a reasonable step to take, given your discussion.
Thank you.
This is Malika, and I just want to add to the points being made here that I would advocate, putting into the ordinance the orientation of the house as well, because in my neighborhood, as Maria and Denise could attest to, there are houses that are corner lots, but they're angled in a way that does not give the homeowner a true backyard, and that impacts how they can enjoy their property. It impacts their ability to have privacy, especially if you have young children and you're worried about them running into the street, because in our neighborhood there are no sidewalks, and that is a big concern for those with toddlers and early walkers, as well as just plain old children who are playing and don't pay attention to traffic. But I do think that having a fence, amending the ordinance so that these homeowners can be able to get that approved faster, easier, is needed. Whether or not we decide to align exactly to the wording of the county is up to you all, but I believe that we do need to create a situation where these situations can be easier to deal with and decisions can be made faster. And I think it would help the APC to be able to discuss them and take less time to do so if we have some wording that guides us.
Thank you. Mr. Valentine, do you agree on that? What's your comment about?
I do, yeah. And something that's been told to me in my time here is When you get a lot of variance applications for a specific ordinance, that might mean it is time to make some tweaks to the ordinance, and I think we're approaching that time here.
Good. Good. I like that we are on the same
Can I
page.
Can I just make a comment on that? I guess
Please,
the question is,
Ms.
what
Dallek.
is a lot of variance requests? Because we had 5 last year. So I don't know that that's a huge number. And it was, I think, less than the number of cases we had other kinds of cases, setback and lot coverage and parking. I don't think the fence variance cases dominated our agendas.
Okay. Thankfully, it didn't come, but we can guarantee that it may not come, right? I mean, it may.
Well, the question is whether we're approaching a point where we're getting so many of these fence variance requests.
Okay. Yeah, good point.
So I think I can wrap up at least my preferences on these 4 as being, and specific to number 3. I think I'm interested in aligning the fence height requirements of the county's fence height requirements, retaining the city's fence. I'm sorry. 1, aligning the fence height requirement with the county's fence height requirement. I would be interested in hearing recommendations from staff and/or from APC about corner lots, because I think Mr. Valentine presented a fairly compelling hypothetical that I feel like I've seen and I've heard from in people in District 3 as well. So my feeling is that there's probably a compromise to be had here, and perhaps orientation of the house towards the street might point us in a direction that would be helpful in that specific regard. Again, it's hard for me as an economist, not as an architect, to really imagine what those might be. But if we had some options posed to us to be able to react to that were specific to corner lots, I think that could be very helpful. With regards to number 3, I completely agree with the APC that advertising, and I bet that's something we're going to have consensus on. And with regards to number 4, I agree that should probably be added to the APC's charge, because I think that's a valuable tool for this body to have, as a resource for us. I didn't hear any discussion of 2, and looking at the code, maybe it's just that it's late, is causing me to cross my eyes a little bit on that, so I might need a little bit more discussion and thought before I'm really going to apply on 2. So those are
Thank you.
my feedback. Thank you.
Ms. Mackey?
I'll just be really quick. I thank you for bringing this to us. I think it's really important that we hear from the residents, too, and engage them in this. I, like my colleague, think if we can streamline the height, it might, be okay with doing the county and the city the same. I'm not a fan of chain link fence. I removed one from my backyard. They have evolved to be a little bit nicer than they once were, but I don't really prefer for a chain link fence. So I don't really care for that, but I think it's really important. As Malika shared, I live across the street from 2 corner lots, and the one lady, she really wanted to put a fence up, but the county wouldn't let her because of the visibility, so she didn't. And I think it's just really important that our fence ordinance in the city is really meeting the needs of our people. And so we might really need to tweak it. And it's probably not a conversation for tonight, but I do appreciate the APC and them serving. And I know that a lot of times when you get variances, it's a lot of back and forth. I didn't have the pleasure of serving on that committee. But I just wanted to say that I think that it's really important that we listen to the residents too, and our staff and our APC committee, because this is why we have committees, so that they can give us good information too. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm not going to belabor. Everyone has made excellent points. Thank you for your leadership on the committee. I, too, served on APC many years ago. I concur with my colleague, Councilman Rigg, on his comments, and our District 4 Representative Malika for hers. And I look forward to you bringing back for some information so we can make a true consideration about how we're going to move forward. So
I agree. Looks like it needs a little bit more work. Thank you. Dr. Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you. I have also served on the APC and wanted to just say that I agree with a number of things that have been said. I think that working to bring our ordinance into closely into what the county ordinance says regarding fence height is important. As far as the chain link fence, I have asked for that to come back to council for a discussion after the discussion of the last case that came to us, because I do believe that there needs to be some discussion about the purpose of that, the idea of individuals having to replace fences that they already have versus putting up new fences. I do not think that we should be putting up new chain link fences. However, I think that there are some variations that need further discussion, like was brought to us last time we had a discussion. I do believe that the information presentations are important for the APC to help host and coordinate. I think that there is great opportunity for residents to work through that committee to learn about things that are happening, give input. I think that that is the most appropriate committee for that to happen with. Requirements for permits through DPI, I think having those discussions is very important. The communication is not happening. Permits are, people are getting permits, not talking with the city. I think that that is important too. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Hernandez.
So I just want to start off by saying that I've never been a fan of any criteria that matches close to whether it fits the look of the neighborhood. I think it's a very largely subjective criteria, and who's to say that the look of a neighborhood can't change? With that being said, having spoken to residents, colleagues, I'm in favor of supporting what the county has put out. I recognizing that chain link fences are not approved by the county, I definitely wouldn't want to approve them here, but it makes sense for the resources that we have right now enforcing code at the city level to be enforcing what and I just think of the applicants, right? If they go through the trouble of attempting to get a county permit and they get a 4-foot fence approved, then they come and they build it, and then they get cited when they're here. I just think of just the hours of work and frustration that they had to go through. And if we can make the lives of residents easier, I definitely would push for that. I just to recognize your point, ma'am, I understand that there's only been five cases brought forward. I think the fact that there's a variance process in general is a deterrence process for anyone to. I think we should just consider that it could be seen as a deterrence process. Excuse me, because if I knew that I had to go through that entire process, it's very likely that me personally, I would just not do it. I don't have a front facing fence, but just trying to put myself in other people's footsteps. With regard to the corner lots, if I'm understanding this correctly, if the 6-foot fence as it stands right now would be the purple, what happens to the space, the surface area of the green and yellow?
So the surface area of the green and yellow, so the green represents where a county where the county would allow the 6-foot fence to go. So it would encompass that whole back space. The yellow is where the city would require a 3-foot fence. And then that purple line going through the middle is where the 6-foot fence could stop at a 25-foot setback.
But theoretically, those folks would lose that space of usage, correct?
For a rear yard, exactly right. Yeah, it becomes sort of this awkward space in the front side yard that couldn't be used to its full potential.
So I walked around this weekend and looked at the various. So obviously Hollywood, Daniel Park has a lot of street corners, right? And I can certainly understand that the privacy concern of the fact that if you're on a corner lot, you can't really do much in a private. I mean, everyone's entitled to their privacy. So that was a concern, but now understanding this a little bit better and seeing that they lose more space, I definitely would fall back towards, once we determine what the front-facing side of a house is, I would support the green and yellow. I'm sorry, I'm not saying this as eloquently as I want. And for those houses that are orientated in a unique space as though they have acres, in a just, corner, I defer to the folks with a lot more experience in this.
It's not an eloquent drawing, so
Okay.
that's okay.
Yes, but the ones that, where they're rotated. Yes.
I think we've touched on a lot of compromise here, and just to summarize that, I think something we could consider rather than moving away from the ordinance is considering the orientation of the house. This house is oriented towards Avenue A. That's clearly the front yard. The backyard is clearly what's highlighted. If the house were flipped and oriented towards Avenue B, the situation's different. So maybe we can coordinate that.
And I'd just like for my comments to be taken for whenever staff goes and revisits this, hopefully for further discussion, as Council Member Esters had asked for. We want to make it as easy as, if somebody wants to go through this, it shouldn't be a laborious, burdensome to build a fence. It's a deliberate decision to do this on behalf of whomever lives there, the resident. And I just personally think that and this is just me, like adding additional requirements. Councilmember Esters always asks me to say why. Why would we want to do this? If we add an additional requirement, what is the purpose? And I can't see myself supporting an additional requirement for pulling it back to the purple.
Right, and that reminds me of another point I wanted to say, and I'll be quick with this, is in our variance criteria, one of the points is that not allowing the variance would lead to like an exceptional or extraordinary circumstance. And in the past conversations we've had with these cases when they come up is that we are not calling a corner lot an extraordinary or exceptional circumstance. But at the same time, we are subjecting those property owners to extraordinary and exceptional restrictions. And that doesn't quite seem to add up. And it makes it a harder process.
A little conflicting, right? Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Mr. Ayu?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, how deep is that yellow-green space?
So it's certainly not to scale, but it represents 25 feet.
25 feet. Wow.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not agreeing with that. So, I mean, I can see having the fence maybe up to a certain right-of-way space so that people who park on that side of the street can get in and out of their cars, the car doors. But beyond that, I just don't see the necessity for that unless it hinders the sight of the line for safety, for traffic. But yeah, no.
Thank you. Ms. Stalick?
Thank you. So I have a few points. I'll also try to be quick. One is for you to consider that there are many, many corner lots in our neighborhoods. And so if you change the requirement with regard to a corner lot, that potentially has a potentially large impact on potentially allowing a lot of 6-foot-high fences where they are not currently allowed. And what I do to my property doesn't just affect me, right? It affects you if you live across the street from me or next to me. And so that's why we have zoning. That's why we have requirements, because otherwise we'd just let everybody do whatever they want. So although freedom is a really important value, I think we also have restrictions on our freedom as property owners that are designed to serve the good of the community. And where to draw those lines and how to define those restrictions are, of course, what makes it difficult. That's why you guys get paid the big bucks. But I just wanted to emphasize that changing that could potentially have really a big impact on how much openness there is in our neighborhoods and how many tall fences. I grew up in a town in California where pretty much everybody had 6-foot fences. And I really loved it when I came back east and found there was more of this feeling of openness, and you could see, and it just felt so much nicer to me, so much better. On a couple other things, on Eric's diagram, I think, you know, I believe under the county ordinance, they could build that 6-foot fence actually all the way to the front plane of the house. So it could have been, you know, it could be, you know, a more extensive, longer
So
fence.
the green line could come further down, right?
Well, so the ordinance is saying behind the front plane of the building, and I suppose you could
Yes.
you could put it in the middle, sure.
No, you could bring it all the way down to the front plane.
Behind
That's
the
it.
front plane, so not flush with the front. So,
So we've allowed it, I think, in other cases.
well, maybe then our requirement could be something like this, just as a compromise.
Good. Do you think, I know there more discussion needs to happen, right? Looks like you got quite a few ideas.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please. Oh, I didn't see your name.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
Whatever way, clearly, yes, more discussion I think is needed, but whatever way we go, I think it's imperative that the results be very clear, like the language be very clear, because I love getting into detailed documents, and some of the stuff just makes my eyes cross, and I'm like, wait a minute, what? Wait, they said you have to do it this way, but only if it's oriented this way, and you know, I think it needs to be very straightforward, and as much as we can coincide with the county ordinance, I think that would streamline things as well, because then that's another layer of complication for residents, and it's frustrating. People are already frustrated when they're told they can't do something that they have in their mind that they want to do, and then if they find that one set of rules tells them to do it one way and the other tells them to do it another way, it's just frustrating, I think. So the more we can streamline things and make it clearly understandable what the rules are, I think the better off we'll be as far as the fence ordinance. And I am inclined to, if people have existing chain link fence on their property and need to connect it to like create an enclosure, I'm inclined to allow them to do that. And if the problem, you know, we did hear complaints about, you know, I don't like the looks of chain link fences. They get rusty, they get, you know, yucky, they don't look good. If we don't have rules in place that require people to, you know, keep them well maintained, you know, paint them silver if they start to look bad, you know, certainly we could implement some of that in cases such as that where people have existing chain link fence to make it, you know, less bothersome to others. And then I'm in line with everyone else with the other comments.
Thank you. Speaking of the clarity, I think it might be a good idea if we could put out something like that, what you have created in a more formal way on our website somewhere. I understand it can be put in our code, but we could probably.
You don't like my drawing skills?
It can make it even better. I actually like the colors.
I went to school for that. So.
Thank you.
So it's obviously a complicated issue, and you know, there's more I could say, but we've taken a lot of the council's time tonight already. I think the EPC would appreciate being included in future discussions.
Absolutely.
If
yeah.
that's acceptable to you. You know, one of the issues in our recommendations document had referred to consistent with the neighborhood, and how do you define neighborhood and how do you define consistent. I won't even try to open that one up tonight because it's a complicated one too. So in short, thank you very much for
Thank you.
for allowing
Thank you so
us
much
this
for
opportunity.
coming, and thank you for everything you do. And I'm sure staff will be in touch with you as you bring it forward.
I think we'll be
Changes,
back.
yeah. Thank you. Mr. Hill?
Just one small comment. Can we get a copy of that? Because it's very hard to read from here.
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh, I thought you wanted because you like the colors.
Well, and I can sign it too.
With your autograph.
Yeah. So, thank
Thank you so much. Thank you all for everything you do.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, so we have another group, the Noise Control Board Advisory Group. Thank you, Mr. Schroeder, and thank you, Mr. Coker. I think we have a copy. All of us have a copy. Yes. The same thing, right? Yeah. Mr. Coker, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and the City Council members. I'm Jitender Kokar, Public Services Director. I'm here today to discuss about the Noise Control Board, and we do have our new chair, Mark Schroeder, here, as well as the co-chair, Matthew Sawyer, here. And I'm not sure who the other members are, if they are joining by virtual means. I'm not sure about it. But we are here to fulfill.
Susie, is that? Yeah, Miss Bellamy, is that?
Susie Bellamy?
Susie Bellamy,
Okay.
yeah. Bellamy, yeah.
Welcome,
She's there.
Susie, if you are there joining us virtually. We are here tonight to meet the task which was given to us, I believe in the month of January, to come back to the council, and we were invited to join today here and see if we could discuss the charges that the board has in the present ordinance, which is 138 of the city code. And the board also would like to, present their report, a copy of which has already been provided in the package. We met recently on March 14, last week, Thursday, and the purpose of that meeting was to prep the board as well as us to present our point of view to the council. And the attachments provided are the annual reports from 2017 through 2023, and we have also provided a standard operating procedures for unruly gathering and nuisance code ordinance requirements. Having said that, I think I would like to give the opportunity to the board chair and co-chair to express their point of view, and they can provide more details that may directly concerns the question that the mayor, pro tem mayor, or the council members may have of them or of me being the staff liaison for this particular board.
Thank you. Mr. Schroeder, can you please turn on the mic? The right button, yeah. The right one.
That one.
Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor Kabir, members of council, good evening. My name is Mark Schroeder. I live at 4909 Muskogee Street, and I'm the new chairman of the Noise Control Board, which may be a surprise to you. At our last meeting, Alan Stillwell resigned as chair because he has moved out of College Park. Alan served the city on the Noise Control Board for 27 years.
Wow.
These comments reflect the consensus of the board members before his resignation. Alan warned us not to assume that all members of the council would be familiar with the noise ordinance, Chapter 138 of the City Code. For brevity, residents of the city who are affected by noise may have recourse to two different sources of redress. First, in real time, they can call the Public Service Department, and a noise officer, if one is on duty, can come, measure any noise in decibels from the property in question, and issue a violation if the noise exceeds the objective standard in the code. Second, after the fact, they can ask the Public Services Director to call a hearing of the Noise Control Board to make an inherently subjective determination about whether the owners and occupants of the property in question have violated the complainant's right to quiet enjoyment of their own property. To begin with the positives, We, the members of the board, believe there is very good compliance with the noise ordinance by respondents after the hearing. Respondents do not want to come before the board. They do not want to pay the fines levied by the board. They do not want to hear complaints about their allegedly irresponsible and harmful behavior from their neighbors. Once is enough. Unfortunately, we believe that the cases that come to us may be the tip of the iceberg, and there are 5 reasons for this. 1, noise is not covered by the ordinance. The city, and therefore the board, has no jurisdiction over noise created by state entities. This may include the university and the contractors working on Route 1 for the Highway Authority. These are above our pay grade. 2, noises from a moving vehicle not registered to a College Park address. The ordinance only pertains to noise from a fixed address within the city. Modified mufflers and loud radios are not covered. The city staff inform us that the contract police have begun issuing repair orders in quantity for modified mufflers. And if they can be induced to keep that up, we should hear less about that type of problem. 3, this is the one we'll probably be talking about the most. Noises caused by tenants whose identities are masked by landlords, and noises in which the landlord has shown other negligence. At our last meeting, city staff informed us of the following patterns of behavior. You have to remember, this is what they told us. We didn't hear about it at the hearing, at any hearing, but we have heard suggestions that these may be true. A, large parties with lookouts who warn of approaching city vehicles, ensuring that the decibel count is below the ordinance standard while the officer is present. B, parties where nobody will admit to being one of the tenants and giving a name. C, landlords refusing to give names of tenants at the properties to city staff, paying the negligible $75 fine for that refusal instead of the much more consequential noise fine. Note that the Public Services Director can't demand that the tenant attend a noise control board hearing if he doesn't know who the tenant is. There are several potential remedies for these patterns of behavior. Since the evidence and experience are with the city staff rather than the board, we have told the staff that we will support whatever proposal they bring to council. Among these remedies would be toughening the fine for not furnishing tenant renters' names, holding the landlord directly responsible for noise caused by anonymous renters, fining the landlord for being unable to prove that the anonymous renters were informed of the provisions of Chapter 138, and asking, it says the Housing Board, but I'm informed that it's actually the APC, to revoke the use and occupancy permit for the property in question. To repeat, we are deferring to the council, to city staff, and the city attorney for the most efficient solution. And we support whatever that solution might be. 4, noises that 2 people won't complain about. The ordinance requires 2 complainants, and sometimes a person who wants to complain can't get another neighbor to sign on. We do not have consensus on the board about changing this rule. 5, cases where the potential complainants don't know about the noise control board or how to get a hearing. I want to emphasize the first one. The city website could lay out how to complain to the board. I can't find anything on the city website about how to complain to the board or even that there is a board. Maybe it's probably in the ordinance, but I can't find anywhere else on the website about how to complain to the board. Number 2, the city newsletter could mention the board. It would probably make a big difference if once or twice the Diamondback would cover a noise board hearing. Number 3, city council members could discuss the availability of the board at civic association meetings. To sum up, we, the members of the Noise Control Board, would like the council to know that although we are comfortable with the resolution of the noise problems that have come before us, we cannot say that we are comfortable with the overall noise situation in College Park, because we do not know the frequency or severity of the 5 kinds of noise problems that I have just listed. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to add anything?
Not in particular. I will say, just as a clarification, I didn't get a promotion. I'm vice chair, so I'm not co-chair. Mr. Schroeder made a point that I think, for me, as a property owner in Calvert Hills, close to Old Town, you'd see these houses that were frequent repeat offenders for large parties and large gatherings. I didn't know about the Noise Control Board until I was on the Noise Control Board. So I do think that dissemination of information to the various neighbors, to the entire city, would be really important. And if that could be something on the website where you're basically just clicking a link, filling out a fillable PDF or some fillable form or something like that, I think something like that would be really helpful. I don't know that we were discussing the various the fines and the various sanctions that are involved. To me, you get a few folks in front of Noise Control Board. They're having to deal with this. They're being hailed in front of their neighbors and everything else. It's not a pleasant experience for a lot of people. I don't even know how much the fines. Certainly, as a landlord myself, UNO and fines would eventually affect you, but for these larger houses where there are 10 people in one floor or something like that, I don't know that they're really going to be affected so much by fines. But again, hailing them in front of the Noise Control Board and potentially affecting their UNO, I think could have a good effect on the noise. So that's basically all I have to say. But I think there's room for improvement for how we disseminate that information.
Thank you. It's very helpful. Who wants to take questions? Mr. Rigg, please go ahead. Oh, sorry, did you raise your hand first? Please go ahead.
Okay, I guess I'm in the hot seat tonight. So as far as so I guess I would agree with the recommendations included in 5. I think I recently referred some residents in the College Park Estates neighborhood to the Noise Control Board, and I believe that resulted in a positive outcome, although perhaps not necessarily, through the process that the residents expected, but it resulted in a positive outcome. I also really believe that the presence of the Noise Control Board and referrals to Noise Control Board are a deterrent in and of themselves, and that needs to be easier to do. With regards to the 2, I recognize that you all don't have any internal consensus on the requirement that at least 2 people complain about it, and I guess I feel somewhat strongly that needs to remain in place, because there are a lot of solo cranks in this city, with no disrespect to solo cranks, but I'm not sure that it would be appropriate to have just simply one person who could spin up a noise control hearing and create a lot of stir just on their own, without getting at least one other sober-minded resident to agree to also present in front of the board. And that actually raises what I see as maybe the largest barrier to the Noise Control Board, because I actually have talked up the Noise Control Board to our residents in Old Town and in Calvert Hills for on several occasions over the years. Residents are in my view, residents are reluctant to engage in that process because it establishes a quasi-judicial and confrontational, certainly adversarial hearing. And many residents, don't necessarily want to have that relationship with their neighbors. I don't, and so I think all the rest of this stuff will help, but I don't know how you overcome, that barrier. And maybe you don't need to overcome that barrier. Maybe the answer is people then will only avail themselves of the Noise Control Board if they're advised that it exists, when they're really just at wit's end. And I think that was the case in College Park Estates, by the way. The issue in College Park Estates for my colleagues was that there was a resident who was driving a very loud vehicle into the car or into the neighborhood at all hours of days and nights, and waking up children and waking up residents, and apparently they kept very odd hours. The upshot was they had sold it by the time the noise control board hearing occurred, so the problem kind of solved itself. But it took a lot of pep talking for me to convince our residents to actually go to that, gather the evidence needed, and actually go to that adversarial sort of hearing to even make it happen. A couple of other reflections are, I absolutely think that we need to create every incentive for landlords to, especially when there is a code enforcement action or especially something that's criminal or potentially criminal, provide the names of the people who exist on the lease. I can't think of any reasonable reason why, in the presence of a code violation or a law violation, that information should be withheld from code and law enforcement officials. So if there's a need to raise a fine or look at other enforcement practices, that would be something that I would definitely encourage. And I've heard both from your predecessor on many occasions that was, sort of something that many landlords had kind of, baked into the cost of doing business. Mm-hmm. So, anything that we can do to disrupt that dynamic is something that I would be in favor of. Those are my reflections. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. We have someone from the board, actually, Ms. Bellamy. She wants to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Bellamy. I've been on the noise board about 10 years. I live in District 4. And from my experience with the neighbors, it is, they don't know about the noise board. And I think the city needs to make it much more available to the residents what their tools are in solving some of these problems. And I think it would make life a lot better in the neighborhood. And my experience on the board is usually when someone makes a complaint and the one that causes it, they end up shaking hands at the end of the meeting and agree to work together. So it does have a positive outcome. And also I think that the landlords need to be made more accountable. I mean, the fine structure from the way it is, it doesn't have any effect whatever. And maybe there should do like they do in Ocean City. They have, besides the rental permit, have a noise permit. And this would, when they sign off on that, they would have to be aware of the noise laws and make sure that their tenants are aware of the law. And I think we would have a much easier way of enforcing the issue.
Thank you. Ms. Bellamy, thank you so much. I was actually going to ask a question around that line. Did you or any of the noise control board in general as a body, did you get a chance to look into the practices the other towns, like the similar advisory committee actually does?
We have not, as a board, looked at the ordinances from other cities, and if you would like us to do that, you should tell us.
Yeah.
Well, as a council, you should tell us to do that. You pay us every time we meet, but go ahead.
Thank you. I'll defer this to my colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you both for your leadership and Ms. Bellamy on the committee. So yes, I will say, please look at other municipalities, Ocean City, Salisbury. There's some other ones on the Eastern Shore area that have much stricter ordinance, and I think that may help support some of the things that you're saying tonight. I do appreciate my colleague, Councilman Rick, regarding to point number 5 about getting information out about what is the noise board, their responsibilities, who are the members, and actually also, again, I like the point about bringing the noise board members to civic association meetings to talk about what's going on in the city, how you can report. I think that will elevate the members of the committee, but also elevate about the fact that we take this seriously, collaboratively, the committee as well as the council. Going to point number 3, where's the one about the person the lookout? Well, that's what we're experiencing in District 4. So I would like to see if there's any way to how we could combat that. I know in some municipalities, the actual landlord has to register the names of the actual tenants in their homes. So when the code enforcement officer goes out to inspect, it's supposed to match up. And if it's different, then there is a question that needs to be brought to bear to the property owner. So if there's a possibility that we can look at that, because I know many, many years ago in District 4, there was a proposed party at the pool, and that was brought to us through social media as a deterrent. We found out in time and worked with a contract in Prince George's County Police, and we were able to alleviate that party from occurring. So in regards to that, I appreciate that. In regards to landlords needing to revoke the UNO, I think we need to look at that in regards to if they're not doing their responsibility and their job, then we need to dangle that as something as a carrot that said, in order to do business in College Park, you need to adhere to the rules and regulations. And if you don't, your UNO will be taken from you. Now, there's some other cases where on off-campus, there's students who live in the off-campus housing that are not from University of Maryland, but are from other universities. I know the city of College Park has done the code of conduct with the students. I think we need to go to the table and talk to these other universities and do the same thing with them. So they understand that when you live in College Park, there are responsibilities that you bear to not only to the quality of life of the residents in the community, but to your colleagues. So that's what I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to add about the number 1, the noises that are not covered by the city ordinance. So you probably know the council, we have been advocating our state delegations on at least about 3 bills for the past 2 or 3 years. In the past years, they did not come out the committees, but this year, at least 2 bills, I think there's a very good chance that they will be becoming law. The one is the noise camera bill, and the other one is the exhibition driving. We'll be talking actually right after this. So if you have any other ideas of any legislation that the state can actually take, please let us know. Sometimes they actually ask us that what do you really want, and we can advocate for you. Yeah, thank you. All right, I like the hands. Can I go with this order, Ms. Whitney?
Okay. I have a question for our city attorney. What rights do we have to require the landlord to give us a copy of the lease if there's been a complaint to get the names of the people who live in the home?
What rights do you have? If there's not a legal process that's requiring that, I'm not sure if the landlord has to comply with a request. We could explore.
Can I help? If that rental property is registered with the city, can we actually give that information?
Can you repeat that question for me?
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is if there's a way to force actually, this is kind of a bigger question I have generally about the fact that we have houses with more than 5 people living in them, which isn't allowed. I just wonder if we're allowed to require submission of a current lease whenever people get a use and occupancy permit.
I think the best way to approach it is to look at our regulatory scheme on what we require. I know we require licensing when you rent property, And so we need to take a look at that and see what the actual provisions are and what we require of landlords, and see if there's an opportunity to strengthen that.
Thank you. Two more questions. One, could there be some way that residents could actually measure noise happening at a party when they hear it? And could there be a device that might record that and have a point in time, and maybe they can take a camera picture and like do?
Can I speak to that?
Please, yes.
So, as I said, residents have two sorts of recourse, all right? The one is the noise officer who already has that device. Right. And your code does not give residents any authority in that sense. And the other is through the noise board. And we sometimes do have residents, the complainants, coming to us and say, I had this device and it measured, 102 decibels. Well, guess what? We are not finding objectively that an objective noise standard has been exceeded. Therefore, it doesn't make any difference. We are making a subjective determination based on the preponderance of the evidence.
Gotcha. Thank you. And my last question would be, how do you think we could better apply our noise ordinance to businesses in the community? We have an ongoing problem with the HVAC system at Lidl not being well maintained and screeching and bothering nearby residents.
I think I believe that.
Yep, it has come before you, and it's happening again.
Well, they got fined. So I'm sorry to hear that the problem continues. They can get the fine doubles, right?
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for your action, Dr. Esters.
Thank you both for your work, and I won't repeat a number of things that have already been said. I do want to go to the point of two people not reporting a noise issue, and the challenges that we've had in even communicating that to residents. So, I've often communicated that to residents who have two people living in a home, and being able to say, there are two people living in that home, can actually, each one of you can complain that is possible. It's not having to go to a neighbor or go elsewhere to get a second person to do this. Oftentimes people, what I've experienced is that after it's done and they've said something about it, they don't want to do anything else until it happens again. So then the complaints continue, but they don't always follow through with what needs to be done to go to a hearing. So we've continued to do that and shared that with people. The other thing I wanted to share is that when you go online and you go under report, there is information there that is about what to do during a noise violation, as well as pointing to a flyer that speaks specifically of the Noise Control Board. So, and I've used that, especially when I first got on council. What I'm thinking is that needs to be refreshed, and it can be used in various ways, be it our Facebook page, social media, as well as other items that we share out with members of the community, because I don't think that that's been refreshed and shared consistently. So I think that could also help. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hill?
Thank you very much. I'm looking at number one, and I think that there's another noise that I want to verify with staff that could be added to that is construction noise outside of the allotted hours, because we've been receiving complaints about construction sites on the RST starting at 6:30 in the morning.
Yeah, and when we get those kind of cases, we actually do follow up with code enforcement pretty quickly, actually, usually the same day that we receive that complaint. There are some exceptions, one being construction activity that's on Route 1. As you all know, that's been a very difficult one to deal with. But The most ones are that we deal with currently are construction. Mr. Halpern usually is out there pretty much the next day and trying to get those resolved. So we haven't had too many issues with that lately.
Thank you.
As a resident of District 1, I should point out that some of the entities that are not mentioned in my statement that are also above our pay grade are the Beltway, the Metro, the CSX.
Yeah, can avoid them, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So as for communicating with other entities about this, I got a contact for you from the Minnesota. They have 3 universities in their town, and they really exercise this ordinance, a very similar one, and they claim to not have issues anymore. So I will give you that contact to follow up with.
Very lucky people.
Yes, and then as for needing 2 people to complain, when our code enforcement officer's been alerted to a noise complaint, could that be considered one of the complaints as long as it's not the same person who reported it? That's been the second complaint.
As long as he's witnessing it, he has to be there.
Witness, yeah.
While it's taking place.
So let me try and speak to it. In terms of the ordinance you have, the noise officer is only going to be able to speak to whether or not they've exceeded the decibel limit. And if they have exceeded the decibel limit, then the officer can issue a violation right there. And the officer is not, the officer can only tell you, well, I've been called out to that address whatever number of times, but I have not observed any violation above the limit in the ordinance. So they can't help at the hearing, in my view. They cannot help the way that this ordinance is written now. Now,
it really does.
We on the board can take that officer's, information, that officer's evidence, as part of the context of our decision making, right? But they are not a complainant.
So it really goes back to 2 or more residents complaining. Okay, and last one, and this is another one more for staff about procedures again. I know that when we have code enforcement issues, noise, or what have you, in the evenings, we are required, our code enforcement officers required to have a police backup. Are we utilizing the university police for this as well?
Not normally. University police is usually only patrolling on campus. They're not usually in the neighborhoods. There's occasionally times it has to be a pretty large party for them to accompany us.
But this is a student issue.
If it's a student issue, yeah.
So if it's a student issue, they should be part of this, to witness this and be
If it's
part
on
of the
campus,
conversation.
it's a student issue for them. If it's off campus, it's really not. They'll say differently, but I'm just telling you from just my short experience here, they have not really taken that as serious as something that would happen on campus.
Okay. Well, we need to open up that communication.
Yeah. Thank you. Before I take your question, can I go to Ms. Mackey? Because she raised hand before.
Mr. Schroeder, I want to ask you about, in your second paragraph where you say, second, after the fact, they can ask the Public Service Director to call a hearing of the Noise Control Board to make that part. So if you have an issue, but you can't get a noise reading for various reasons, the residents can come to the noise board with, they really don't have any proof because there's no decibel reading.
So the noise officer is not there more than a few minutes. All right? They can testify to what it was, whatever they observed in the course of 4 hours or 5 hours or whatever it was.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, I know Mrs. Bellamy's been telling me about this, and I need to get some of my residents, both of us need to work on them, and in addition to the unruly social gathering, because I think we need to bring out the big guns here. So thank you for clarifying that, and I want to thank all of you for serving on this committee. Very important, and you do great work for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. I know it's a quality of life issue and probably a health issue. Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
First bite.
All right. Mr. Schroeder, thank you so much for coming to the North College Park Community Association to introduce yourself and familiarize the members a little bit more about the board.
Mr. Hernandez, I think we need a motion to extend the
Have a
meeting.
motion to extend the meeting.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to an
Aye.
extension? Meeting extend. Please go ahead. Continue.
No one wants to be here as late as this, but here we are. My frame of reference, as I'll remind everyone, is 12:30. But Mr. Schroeder, the only question I have, and it's gonna kind of defer. It's gonna be a little bit not contentious, but certainly not everyone's typical approach to noise. But let's say a resident, when it gets warmer, wants to have host some sort of party, some sort of gathering in their backyard. Is there a process for them to speak to their neighbors about trying to not get cited? I'm just thinking off the top of my head that there are families that live in my district that maybe they have good relationships with their neighbors and want to ask them, hey, we want to throw a little event. Is there a process for them to be able to do that?
So, let's get real, okay?
Please.
The complaints are brought by human beings before a noise board that also consists of human beings. If you have a social gathering without amplified music in your backyard, it is quite possible that the decibels of conversation will cross the decibels in the ordinance. That does not mean anybody's going to be calling the noise officer, and it doesn't mean that they're going to bring it to board. And if it does come to the board, we might well listen and say, oh, people were talking to each other, and it was kind of bothersome after about 9:30, but was it unreasonable? And so we get complaints that we decide are not reasonable, even if they're technically within bounds. Okay, it is a subjective decision. I'll have to say that. So we have decided not to find violations for barking dogs. We've decided not to find violations for construction. Well, actually, we've never had a complaint about construction on your own house during regular daytime hours. There was a case where a school or a educational organization had kids that went outdoors, and the kids made noise when they went outdoors. We did not find a violation. All right. This is what the law calls a reasonable man situation, reasonable woman. That's what's involved.
I greatly appreciate that, and that's really a relief to hear that it's subjective.
And when I went to NCPCA, I said I have advice for you if you don't want to get cited for a noise violation. You can crank your music up as loud as you want to, if you keep it all indoors and the doors and windows are closed. Nobody's going to complain. Doesn't matter how high the decibel level is.
Thank you.
It has to be at the property line, right? The decibel level. All right. Let's just start the second bite. Let's do quick,
Real quick.
because yeah.
To Councilmember Hugh, your question about UMD, I just asked the city manager, because I know I wasn't going a little bit crazy, but maybe sometimes. But we do have UMD police to help us with concurrent jurisdiction, but I guess we haven't brought them back to the table to talk and discuss about what our expectations are. So I think that's something we need to bring them back to the table to manage the expectation, because this is an issue, and we can't have the noise board trying to do their work and contract police trying to do their work if we don't have UMD police here at the table as well. So it takes all four entities to work together if we're going to achieve success. So,
Thank you. Was the second bite?
It's not a second bite. It's building on what Ms. Mitchell just said. Sorry, I can hardly speak. But I was just going to say.
I'll say second bite. Go ahead.
I was going to say just very briefly. I think University of Maryland Police regards their primary jurisdiction as just that, their primary jurisdiction on campus, and their concurrent jurisdiction as like a distant second. In fact, as somebody who lives in the concurrent jurisdiction, we really only see them off campus during spring break, winter break, and sometimes during the summer. So I think that that's probably why what Mr. Young is saying is true. They're busy on campus and they're shorthanded too. So I suspect
even with 99 sworn-in officers, you think they're short?
They say they are. Yeah.
All right. Who was the second bias? Dr. Estes, right?
Yes, I wanted to ask a question. I see how many hearings have been held within a certain period of time. How many complaints would you say are received in a year?
I was just thinking about that. I would say maybe 5.
Okay.
We get maybe 5, but so, as I said, the tip of the iceberg. We don't know what we don't know.
Right. Now, do you believe that if it didn't require 2 people to actually report on an issue, that you would receive, that the floodgates would open up with complaints?
I know you'd get one more.
Okay. Understood.
All right, Mr. Hugh.
I'm just wondering if, besides noise, if we could add nuisance to this board. Because it may not be volume coming from a party, but maybe behavior after. The littering, the urinations, the loud talking and yelling back and forth as they go to their cars and things like that. So I know that our other neighborhoods have been subjected to that. So, yeah.
Yes. Good. Who else wants to speak? Second bite?
Can I speak to that?
Okay, please go ahead.
I think that we should be careful including things that are really, to my thought, left to the police to handle. I think that nuisance, it depends on how it's defined and what you're talking about. It's also whether or not the committee wants to take that on and feels like they can.
Thank you. So, any final thoughts? If not, I think there's the 2 different things came out from the conversation. The one is about how we can promote your work more to the community and also in the social media and the websites, correct? Many people do not know the good work you do and you can do. The other thing, I think there is a desire from the council to have you look into other jurisdictions, what they're doing in terms of noise ordinances, and maybe also similar noise control board advisory committees. Mr. Schroeder.
So I would encourage council to expect staff to have a proposal, all right? And if you then want to know what we think about that proposal, I'm sure we'd be glad to do it. If you want us to come up with an opinion partly informed by what other cities have, that would make sense, I think.
Okay.
There's a lot of cities in America. Many of them have noise ordinances. So
Correct.
We need more direction, I think.
Mr. Hughes said one city. Ms. Whitney?
One thing I don't think we commented on specifically was how to handle a situation where, I kind of talked about it, but where people will not provide their name, people at the party will not provide their name. And I do think the suggestion that the landlord be held accountable in those instances would be a change that we should make, and that would be a good way to go to address that.
Mr. Coker?
Yeah, I think even my staff had come back as a feedback to me, Council Member Whitney. There is a $75 fine, and that's just not sufficient. I think it needs to go to 500 and to 1,000. And I know at 1,000, Stephanie and Nate tell me, Jitendra, you can't go beyond that.
It's a state,
because that's a state limit.
Yeah.
And but that is a very valid thing, and I think that's where it will be a positive thing in terms of enforcement and holding people accountable. And we will have to do a little bit of change in our existing ordinance, and we will take it up to the legal team for a final review, and we can bring back to you all for approval.
Sounds good. So that would be the third action items.
Yeah.
Review some changes to the ordinance, possible changes.
Yeah.
Speaking to the second point about looking into other jurisdictions.
So on that one, I think we want to thank Mayor Pro Tem. She has forwarded a copy of Ocean City one.
Right.
I'm looking at it, and we are going to discuss that within our staff and see what positive things out of that ordinance we can incorporate into our existing ordinance.
Also, probably we can consult with MML, Maryland Municipal League, and also ITGA, because ITGA is International Town Gown Association. They deal with all the college town issues, and noise is a big issue.
No, those are great suggestions, Mayor. But I do agree that we could probably do a bit more, like awareness on our website. And I heard Councilmember Estes, but more we do it right around when the, summer time starts and people start coming in, and the issues try to pop up more and more.
Right.
And we increase our frequency on our, website. Like I think we recently did for snow removal on the sidewalks, and it was very helpful. I think our communication manager helped us to put some, leaflets.
Maybe they can make a nice, interesting video for you.
Definitely.
All right. Thank you so much. Any other last minute, Mr. Schroeder?
Yeah, I wanted to say for the benefit of the student liaisons, we sometimes to my knowledge, we've gotten 2 complaints from students, and we found a violation in one case. It was against the pizza owner, and that they live next door to. And in another case, we found a barking dog was not a violation. So.
Interesting. So in the very last one.
Yes, very last. Just an idea. As far as notification of the city's noise ordinances, I wonder if we could create some kind of ordinance where you have to post the noise ordinance on the day that people move in on the front door of the house. And if people are moving into the house and code enforcement goes by and the one-sheet policy is not on the door, you could be cited. So at least we could know visually that there's been an attempt to notify people of the law of the land, as it were. Just an idea.
Good. Thank you. Thanks again, Mr. Schroeder. Thank you for your time, and keep up the good work. Absolutely.
Sleep well.
All right. We have finally have the very last work session. Mr. Gardiner. So yesterday was the crossover day, right, Mr. Gardiner?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yesterday was crossover day, so the long list of likely legislation has gotten a lot shorter. A couple items that we've supported that have passed include the street racing and exhibition driving bill that David Lehman is a co-sponsor of, as well as the noise abatement monitoring system. The version that is being considered right now would only allow 3 locations in the county. It's sort of a pilot program, but that did cross over. it looks like the container recycling refund bill did not cross over and presumably is dead. And unfortunately, the funding request, HB 1136, that would have provided additional funding for youth service bureaus didn't cross over. Though
Oh, so sorry.
there may be an opportunity for funding through a supplemental budget, but that legislation probably is not moving forward. And then one of the bills we've talked about is the traffic control device monitoring system. It is limited now to stop signs and 10 locations in the county, but that is still alive and is being considered. I think those are all the updates that I have.
Thank you. I have a question. So there are two bills, like noise camera bill they have, are there 3 locations? And the traffic one is 10 locations. Have they decided which locations are there? But it's a random location. So
Well, I think both of them, county council of the county get to decide, to choose.
okay. So I saw an email from our lobbyist, Mr. Lucci, and he was asking, rather suggesting that we advocate for College
Right.
Park locations. And what needs to happen on that?
Yeah, I think he's suggesting that we have our county council, since we have 2,
2 council members.
that we should lobby them to have a College Park be one of those locations.
Yeah, so what I'm asking, do you need to send a letter to them? Or
I think we've got time. We want to
Still have
wait
time.
until presumably it will pass and be signed into
It hasn't been signed by the governor yet.
Probably
Yeah.
July 1 effective date, so.
Okay. Thank you. I'll open up for any questions. If not, Ms. Mackey.
I'll just contact you if I find anything more on those 2 bills I asked you about.
Okay.
Thank you. And we're not taking any actions tonight. We're not sending a letter. We already sent 1 letter. Thank you. Mr.
Yeah.
Hernandez.
Yeah, just really quick. I just wanted to, again, express our concern from District 1 perspective. I know that all of the districts basically are impacted by the governor's bill just because of the sheer proximity to the metro. Fully understand and am supportive of supporting the Lakeland's defense. It's harder to argue for our neighborhood that are impacted, but if we can do absolutely anything, I'd like to ask, for whomever is looking at this legislative language to find options that protect many of the neighborhoods that are close to the metro, just because I think we have 5 stops here in College Park, and last thing we want to do is just overdevelop for the sake of development.
Well, so
and
that's
density.
in reference to the affordable housing bill that was one
Yeah.
of the governor's pieces
Yes.
of legislation.
SB 484. Thank you.
Yes.
The letter we sent, it does include other neighborhoods as well, right? I mean,
Yes.
it should cover Hollywood, even
Right.
though very briefly.
Right, but I mean,
You wanna have-
they're 2 very different things, right? And I'm not asking to be included in the letter. I think the letter
Well,
is.
it's, the letter that you approved, the language says that the council opposes, the council supports amending the bill such that areas more than a half a
Half mile.
mile away are not impacted, as well as historic districts, as well as the Lakeland neighborhood. Now, there's probably a good chance that that letter will not need to be sent because
Correct.
there's a good chance the bill's not going to go anywhere.
Mhm.
But if it does, it will be sent.
Thank you. Forgive me, just to be clear with my guidance and direction. Whomever is looking at the legislative language and whoever reviews our comments today, I really just continue to be creative and look and keep your eyes open for any opportunities for us to strategically plan to, I guess, push back on this, considering our neighborhoods would be heavily impacted.
So if I can just interject, Mr. Mayor, it's to
Please
my
go ahead.
understanding that the bill will not have any impact to us as municipalities. That's that's what I received today. So I will follow up. accordingly.
I mean, there'll be exception made?
Not necessarily an exception, but it's more so looking at the county more so than the municipalities. So that's
But
what I
we
was
are,
saying.
we are part of the county, though.
Correct, but not directly impacting the municipality.
Okay, we need to,
But I will
Are you
check.
saying unincorporated areas?
No, I'm not saying unincorporated areas.
You'll
I
have
will
to-
get more language and I
yeah,
will
please
let you
do,
know.
please do. Thank you, I know. I'm sure you got something. Anything else, Mr. Gardiner? All right, thank you. Let's move forward. And I believe the next item would be, the future agenda items, am I correct? Anyone wants to add anything? Any submitted? Ms. Whitney?
Yes, it's our, I put in an agenda request about the renaming of
Yeah.
of Lake Artemisia, and it is on the list, but I just would like to make sure that gets on an agenda either on April 9th or April 16th, so that we can declare our, if everyone does agree, so we can declare our approval of that name change or advocacy for that name change prior to the April 17th restorative justice event.
Yeah, we have time.
Yeah.
Thank you. So let's take the vote on that.
Actually, I have something
On the same request.
If I may add to that too, there was another future agenda item that had to do with the naming of the community center. So asking for them to be put on the agenda together in that time frame.
All right. All in favor, say aye to add this to the agenda. Any abstention or any opposed? So this item is added. Anything else? Any other items you want to add? Seeing none, let's move to the comments from the audience. I see. Thank you. You are so famous. You have 3 minutes. You can speak on anything under the sun.
Do you want to come up?
Please come forward. Please come forward and state your name. To the podium. To the podium.
Sure.
Mic is always on.
Oh, okay. Hi,
Yes.
I'm Victoria Marie McDonald from District 2 in Berwyn area. And first, I'd like to thank you for all your hard work, of course, for everyone here. And I just had a couple of informational things to bring out. One, I think we throw around the words PTO and PTA, and I think we need to know there's a clear difference. So a PTO is not a nationally based parent-student group. It's local, unique to only one school. It's not a formal nonprofit. It does not have the IRS tax nonprofit status, and they're not allowed to collect dues, and a lot of restrictions on funding because they do not have federal tax status. So the PTA is part of the national organization, and thus is incorporated formally with the state and Maryland Board of Taxes Assessments. And it also gives you the right to collect dues, to raise money, partner with other organizations, et cetera, financially, as well as all the rights, responsibilities of belonging to the national chapter, the PTA, that does help with funding, et cetera. So there are some schools that will be said, oh, we have a PTO, et cetera, and that's fine, but it's local, it's only local to that school, which can be, acceptable, but the PTA that we are starting at for Parkdale, and I'm on the steering committee and board, is a PTA, not a PTO, because we want to have those advantages of a PTA.
Thank you.
That's all I'm going to say right now. I appreciate the comments of many people concerning, it was a little difficult from a citizen point of view regarding the schools, and of course, we had a very political, polite response to a lot of questions regarding whose dynamic or what group is going to answer such questions. So I look forward, if we can bring in any of the actual curriculum educational experts would be great. And I also think that I'm just passionately concerned about full access, that the city residents have full access to quality public schools. Okay, we do not have full access to middle and high school of any kind of quality. I'm not saying anything bad about, like, you know, some of the schools have really hard workers. But if you look at any of the data, and I'm an educational researcher, from any point of view, Parkdale is a huge concern. How can we get people to move here? You go on any listserv, DC Urban Mom and Dads, Facebook, people put out, oh, I'm thinking of moving to College Park. They're looking, what? You know? Or you've got wait lists of 800 to 1,000 people waiting for the charter schools. So many parents in my neighborhood, there are 0 parents who sent their kids to Parkdale. They homeschool them. I have one parent right now, her kids are finishing middle school. She's saving money every week to send them to private school. She will not send them to Parkdale. And we have a large low-income Latino population who cannot afford other means. And so the question is, does the city want...
Ms. McDonald, please wrap up.
Sure. So what I want to wrap up and do is that I want to work, we all want to work together to be able to say that the City of College Park has quality middle and high schools available to all citizens. And 12% of proficiency, math proficiency of students at Parkdale is not acceptable. 1 out of every 4 black students at Parkdale repeats a grade. 3 out of every 4 Latino students repeat a grade. Chronic absenteeism, even before the pandemic, was over 50%, and now it's 61%. These are unacceptable things for any community.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Very, very good comments. All right, let's come back to the councils. I don't see any virtual hands, so let's come back to the council on the comments. I start with Mr. Rigg, as always.
Thank you.
And Ms. Mackey.
Actually, I had the great opportunity to go to the ribbon cutting of All Care on Hardwick Road. This is an acute care facility where they also do, I guess, physicals and different things like that. And they also have mental health care. And they take the student health care. The only thing that they said they don't take is Medicaid of Maryland. So I am so thankful that we have this here in College Park, and a shout out to whoever facilitated that. Councilmember Whitney and I got to go to the Chesapeake Bay Policy Committee meeting, and we were very impressed by some initiatives that WSSC is doing to enhance green infrastructure. And I also got to go to the EAC meeting this week, just as a listening council member. And they have some great things that they're doing, and they'll be doing a book giveaway at Maryland Day, which is April 27th. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to say that last week I attended the Metropolitan Washington Council Government Board of Directors meeting, and there they talked about safe streets. There was a policy initiative that was brought forward, and I will share with council next week the actual resolution as a DMV area, looking at safe streets throughout the DMV area.
Thank you. Thanks for your work. Ms. Whitney.
Pass.
And Dr. Esters?
Pass.
Mr. Hill. Talk about NLC.
Yes. So I attended the National League of Cities Congressional City Conference last week, and I was able to attend several meetings for the committees I sit on, the Energy, Environmental, and Natural Resources Federal Advocacy Committee, the Asian Pacific American Municipal Officials Committee, and the University Communities Council. I also attended discussions including water infrastructure and environmental protection in rural and suburban communities, railroad safety roundtable, and accessing federal transportation grants and opportunities. I also attended the Capitol Hill to lobby with other state municipalities for railroad safety legislation, the Affordable Connectivity Program extension, and PFSA legislation and municipality liability protection, amongst other bills. You know, it was a great experience, learning experience, and again, congratulations to our Mayor Pro Tem to being reappointed to the NLC Board of Directors.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you both for representing College Park. Fantastic work. Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you. I've got the district discussion on my mind for tomorrow. Looking forward to hosting the city manager, Mayor Kabir, and Councilmember Hugh. I will say another thing I have on my mind is the budget work session this weekend, Saturday. Encourage as well. We're gonna think about it. For residents who are participating, I do want to remind everyone that the Egg Extravaganza Hunt is being hosted from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on that Saturday at Calvert Park. If you're looking for something to do, it sounds like a great time. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hernandez, I want to clarify that
Excuse
it is the exceptional.
Oh, that's right.
Extravaganza.
Exceptional extravaganza. Thank you.
Said the flag.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mirani.
Thanks. I just want to ask that the mayor's appointments to the selection committee for the next student liaison are shared with me as soon as they're decided, so I can facilitate the interview process in April. And then, as a reminder, you are all welcome and invited to attend the SGA's Ice Cream Day lobbying event next Wednesday in Annapolis at 11 a.m. And then also, I'm happy to share my post-student liaison plans with you all, which is that I was recently appointed by Governor Moore to the Board of Regents of the university system. So if confirmed, thank you. I'll start July 1st, if confirmed by the State Senate.
Congratulations. A big deal. Thank you. Mr. Sprinkle.
I have post-liaison plans, but I don't think I can share them with you at this time, so I'll wait 2 weeks and I'll come back to you.
Okay.
But pass on everything else. Thank you.
We'll keep waiting. Mr. Young.
Just picking up on Ms. Mackey's ask earlier, I did send out to each of you the spring cleanup Saturdays. Those will take place on April 6th, April 20th, April 27th, and May 18th is also the shredding date that things will take place on that Saturday. So just wanted to let you know that. And I'll see you all bright and early Saturday morning.
Mr. City Manager, why can't we have more than one day for shredding? More than
paper
one day
shredding.
for shredding.
It would be 1 more cent on the tax rate.
Oh.
Thank you. All right. With that, let me take a motion.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
Moved by Councilmember Whitney and second by Mitchell. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? We are adjourned. Good night, College Park.
down the